Hello, hello. Anybody watching this in the future? Greetings from the past. I have some fun plans today. I wanted to play with my zombie settings and just see how things are in the busier towns. And I figure what better character to do that with than Casey Burden. She's just gonna have a great time with that. I'm torn between Muldrow and West Point. I know that one of my friends is gonna want to go to Muldrow. West Point is usually my way into Louisville. Just because it's very convenient. You're already along the road. But they do have some annoying stuff up in between. I'm drawn toward Muldrow this time, just because I haven't been there very often. Watch out for the Avengers. Always a good thing to do. If the Avengers are there, then it's some crazy circumstances. No zombies, only bandits. Did I save it? Server replica. There we are. I did enable a few mods, just a couple mods this time. I tried to enable the Bloodlust mod because that is essential to Casey's character. But after minimal testing, it threw up continuous errors. So I decided to disable that for now. We'll just have to remember that that's part of her character. I'm actually curious. Laurel, why are you misbehaving immediately? Come here. You either get scooped or you go lay down, okay? No in between. Do I have to pretend to stand up or are you gonna make me stand up? She gonna make me walk towards her. Yep. I made sure she had everything she needed before I started stream, so she's not faking me out. Okay, so I do have breeding season enabled. I did want to check that for the other server we have going. But animals don't attract zombies, no meta predators. I'm actually making it pretty nice. There was something else I wanted to check. Oh no. I disabled growing seasons, so I have no idea why our plants were dying the other day. Alright. I feel like keeping sprinters on at 1%, everything there, I want it to be the same. Just see how that is. I might have to tune it up. We will see. I know I am going to have to recreate her because her preset didn't work. I've saved her as a preset. It's really difficult to recreate her with these traits though. Sloppy, there we are. This is her usual negative. She is a smoker, which is gonna count against her. But she usually drops it. I'll leave it. I'll leave it. I don't have dynamic traits on, but... What's the best drink for a Skyrim drinking game? Skyrim. Horrible. I have so many shorts to show you after this, by the way. And Casey was always unemployed. So she does get a lot of trait points. I'm gonna give her fit, just to give us more of a chance here. There she is. She lost her shoes, though. We'll give her sneakers. She's got her Hawaiian shirt as usual. She finally has a voice. That's kind of wild. I'm not gonna change it too much. She's probably not gonna talk much anyway. Her coughing will be enough. Just ask Nazim. That's gonna be pretty difficult after the unfortunate incident in the alleyway. Always happens in my games. Whew. She's watching the cook show. Let's just turn that down. Do we have to start with a fork? I will start with a fork if I have to. We're taking the cheese. She doesn't need an ID. Man, I was prepped to make hot dogs. Is that why I'm watching that channel? Just trying to figure out how to make my hot dogs. That Band-Aid's probably going to be useful. I do have the lifestyle mod on, so eventually she will need the toilet. She has comic books. Aww. Soup fixes everything. This will be foundational to what she learns here. Casey tends to make a lot of soups. If she's making anything at all. Why is it so quiet? There they are. Across the way here is a car, though. Nazim in the nighttime. Sometimes it's nighttime. Not required, though. Oh. Maybe they have the key. Proximity inventory is working, though. So glad that's not throwing errors anymore. I guess this is the first zombie that she's seen up close. Even if she heard it pounding on the window. She does always start a little bit scaredy. We can wear it with the visor backward. They've got a nice tie-dye. Oh yeah, we already checked that door. Okay, so that zombie could open doors, it looks like. Oh, very quickly, we are going to want a bag, but I'm not seeing any curtains around here. Do not need ingredients right now. Jug of vinegar, that's pretty awesome. Oh wait, we don't have a belt. What? Whoops. We'll have to steal one. Oh, come on. This early already? They're already being monitored for possible ban evasion. How do I do this? Yeah, I'm sick of dealing with them. There we go. You are now a mod. And I can deal with this zombie at the window. Yeah, she's drawing more in. There's the chat. Yeah, if you make sure to report them for spam at the same time, Twitch actually acts pretty fast on it as well. Their messages are pretty easy to automate picking up on. Yeah, we were looking for the keys. Didn't find any car keys, though. I want to see if there's any loot in the car I actually want to keep. If I can make a bag or something. Duct tape's gonna be handy. That beer would be handy, too. Because eventually we're gonna want to sleep. We'll take it until we run out of space. Hey. Well, hopefully you have the time, yeah. Ah, it's raining. At least that'll cool things off a little. Not hearing any horrible screaming yet, so no sprinters have spotted me. Oh, look at the pink hat on that one. Oh, she's frightened. I forgot how scared she gets in the early days. It's funny. She gets over it pretty quickly because her favorite thing is killing. But this is a tough place to go stomping. None of them are sprinters. We've got a good cluster of speedy ones. We can lure some of them away. The ones that are reaching for me might be faster. If we can keep it to 4, it's manageable. Especially if we can get them to stand on each other when they've been knocked over. Taking too long, though. Just go through some trees real quick here. Mildred is kind of just gonna be like this. I know there are places that I can go, but the places in Muldrow that I can go are not as nice. One more zombie down. Metal bandsaw, that is. At least we still get the what the item is on the right click. Oh, look, that one zombie lost her hat. We could take that one. I am wondering whether the outfits add to stealth, because I know that they really fleshed out the stealth system. Looks like a visor got dropped too. No, they were sunglasses. Keen hearing has been quite useful. Keeping well fed is one of the tricks of this. Because we get out of breath pretty fast right now. We're generally kind of gonna be on the struggle bus at first. For now, we are the Pied Piper. We just kind of lead them around. Oh, hello. More of them around that corner than I was expecting. Alright, it may be time to go through the woods. Just a little bit here. Let's see what's over here. Carefully. Looks empty enough where we climb over. But again, the nature of this place is that the places where you can get away from them aren't great. Like, we might find a few things in the trunks here. Oh, they found us. Some of them are smarter than others. An aerosol bomb. A canteen. We really need a belt. Alright, I underestimated how much they put in the vehicles now. That's actually very generous. Especially for a van that was in a junkyard. We may not be scrounging as much as we thought we would be. Carry case is better than nothing as far as storage as well. Can hopefully duck into a car to get out of the rain too. We did manage to grab a towel. We learned from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Yeah. Guess I should have a watch. We're still pretty early in the day. We'll have to fight for that pest control vehicle. Hopefully we'll get some weapons before then. Jar of potatoes. That canteen is awesome. But we really, really need a belt since, for some reason, this character did not have one by default. We're not that good at cooking yet. I don't know if I even want to use up the space grabbing that. Passenger side was locked. What about this one? If we had a weapon, then we could go breaking windows. Could maybe use the screwdriver for that. They do look disturbed, but they don't know which direction they're disturbed in. And good to have some familiarity. Let's see if we can make a hot dog. We might have to cook the sausage. There's an egg carton in here? And a flask of gin. Read this. stack a bunch of stuff up. I think I'll keep the canteen. Have that be my, my water. Just drop the plastic cup. Because as soon as we get a belt, that will be the lightest thing to carry water in. I can hear them over there even through the rain. Ran out of space already. Do we need safety scissors? We can use them as a weapon. They're probably gonna break after one go, but... We're feeling tense. That's probably because you haven't killed anything in too long. Let's go. Feels like too many of them saw me there. Yeah, that's a whole group that's very aware. I like how bags of bags are more common. Oh, they just opened that? Okay. Oh. New business idea? Don't share that on stream. You've got too many good ideas. No, actually, I'm too lazy. I would actually like to drink that at some point. Somebody else can make the sky rum. It would be ideal to keep this screwdriver, but right now surviving is kind of the priority. There's burnt skelebones in there. Oh, the cloudberries. You can actually put together the ingredients. It's all coming together. Just gonna lock that door since I know at least one of them can open that. Rolling pin we can attach to our back somehow. Still trying to figure that one out. If we have to break a window to get out, we can. But it's preferable to not. Oh boy, Thunder's gonna be drawing them around. This just became much riskier. This is the first day, like, we haven't slept yet. Oh, a motel. I wonder how many people were staying here. feel like Muldrow wouldn't be a very popular spot to stay. So I'm kind of inclined to try it. We'll see though, there might be a whole bunch of them waiting around the corner. Not as many as it could be. That's really funny. The motel is one of the least busy places here. We'll see if people were staying in the rooms. She would take the earbuds. Eventually she's gonna want music. Gotta have the tunes. I don't want this one coming up behind me while I'm distracted. I really want to sit down for a minute before I fight that group. The only thing zombies love more than brains. Windows. There, I can hit both of them. Little sweet spot there. Alright. So they're showing up around the building. At least they're kind of trickling in. This is manageable even feeling this rough. Less manageable. You're gonna need to get the kill confirmed. Nope. Alright. Immediately a bad situation. Oh, we got away from the lunge. If we can lure them around this house. And kind of lose line of sight. And I hear them on the windows. We're losing a few of them. Just not gonna look behind me. If I hear a sprinter, then I'll have to turn, but... I'm seeing another tree line. We might not need it. I'm gonna see if I can get away with sitting down for a second. I can look around me these directions. I swear this is why it took so long to implement sitting in the base game. Because the looking around part is completely new. That wasn't in the mods. Not like this. And this really helps. This might be where we're staying tonight. Well, not this beach chair in particular. I'm gonna see if I can get inside. Without alerting too many of them. We've leveled in sneaking. Very glad there was no alarm. Could have been the death of us. We've got a CD player. We did drop a bunch of stuff because we lost that bag. But it'll work out. Kind of want to go back there and see if I can loot the rest of the cars anyway, but I gotta see how the horde got drawn around. The thunder may have messed with it. Bread knife better than nothing. Griddle pan better than nothing. I'm still holding the broken handle. Can drop that. Ice cream sandwich. Mine. If I remember correctly, the plastic bags can break now. If you put too much stuff in them. I'm gonna cook all this stuff up before I leave. In fact, I'm gonna do that now and then put it back in the fridge. Just because I know I have time right now. Some fries. Do we have anything else? No, we ate all the frozen stuff. Since we're gonna be on the move constantly, we kind of just want to eat what we have while we have it, and if we can't, then stick it in our pockets and eat it on the road. Casey's gonna have a lot of picnics. See, we're already leveling at cooking. This is why she ends up being the cook. Even though she's not entirely trustworthy. Photograph of a hunter. Let's look at it. We'll be less agitated, maybe. She has had a rather stressful day. She had to run from more zombies than she got to kill. Only 22 in the first day? Well, 12 hours? Disappointing for Casey. She have wet clothes or something? Just bloody clothes. This is in character for her though. If the bloodthirst trait was actually working, then she'd be happy about that. But instead, she's having a very stressful first day. Oh boy. Makes sense to have a nightmare. It would be nice to grab that food we cooked before we left, but that is not looking like a thing. Oh shit. The lunge got me. They can get you sideways from the window with the lunge now. They made that lunge so much stronger. So much stronger. This is the way it goes. This is why Casey comes back. Now, I know all the spots in West Point, so my temptation does guide me there. I don't really know my way around Muldrow that well. Kind of enjoying exploring, though. I feel like West Point is gonna be just as bad right now, though. Okay, this time I'm gonna save the preset. Oh yeah, it was the smoker trait. You can actually make Skyrim? What? How hard would it be to source the ingredients, though? Scotland has cloudberry farms. Native to Scotland is the honeyberry and bilberry, which are both delicious. Okay. Actually, that just sounds like a fun day, though. Trying different tasty ingredients. I am gonna give her a belt this time, because by default we get them. It's only because I'm using an old preset that I didn't. Belt. Alright, and we start at night. She just woke up in the middle of the night. Like, huh. Something feels different. I feel like Mug is actually the better move here, because we can heat that over a fire if we have to. Lots of options. We're gonna cook up the ground beef immediately. The milk actually may be worth keeping, because it is worth calories now, it seems. Don't have nutritionists this time, so we can't actually see how much, but... It is dark in here. We got a pipe wrench, though. Ha, an extra belt. It would have given it to us anyway. She had a photograph of a bride getting ready for her wedding. What is Casey's story? I guess I'll speed. Don't know what time it is, but it is quite dark still. There are definitely zombies around. It seems to have cleared them, even though this is the second character. Would be nice to be able to sleep. But we're gonna have a bit of an odd day. If we exercise, it's just gonna make us sore. Cannot sleep though. Standing there looking at the bed like, can you sleep yet? No. Just another night of insomnia. This explains the server settings where she never sleeps. It's just the usual. Sounds like we do get company this morning. I know roughly where I am. As long as the pipe wrench doesn't break, we can handle a lot of zombies with it. However, they are behind us as well. It's not exactly where I was hoping to spawn. But I think we can manage. Slightly less extreme feeling than Muldrow was. Maybe it's just because the houses are bigger and easier to lose them around, though. This street here, they do hide them behind the trees. If I have some space here, that actually puts me... It's the opposite end that I usually raid the shops from. But it's still similar proximity, you know? This would actually probably put me closer to the gas station than otherwise. Which window did they break? You have to go right up to the windows to look out of them. Ah, bathroom window. That's alright. No, Martina is not dead. I started up a different save. I was kind of just... Like, it was a combination of wanting to see what the other towns were like, but also kind of just wanting to see if Casey can still play like she used to. Because she was a build 41 character. She is a badass mode character, you know? Must have been a key for a different house. Looks like inside this house was pretty busy. Whoa, 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 whoa there. Just a laceration and a scratch. Forearm and hand is not good though. Let's see. We don't have much to rip up. She's definitely hurting. I hate the crawlers. This is gonna make me actually have to kite. This might be another death. Like, the other towns besides Echo Creek, so far what I'm finding, Muldrow was crazy. For one person, definitely not manageable. Like, you have to chip away at it over time, kind of deal. And so far, West Point's pretty bad too. Even for the crazy playstyle that I've used with this character. Let's take that t-shirt. Maybe we'll get some time to stop and rip the clothing. Okay. Dirty rags. Can we get time in a house? Nope. Not that one, anyway. So there's lots of broken windows, so I'm definitely taking a risk here. Yeah, we removed the glass from that one, though. Okay. We are still bleeding. We found a house key somewhere. Just get in the corner. She hit her head in the wall. It's actually so rude. Okay, do not just open the door. It's a locked door. I'm a leaving. No. Any sprinters? Doesn't look like it. We get a lot of time with a scratch. The laceration, we had to get something on immediately, but she's struggling. Like, it took us a long time to kill that zombie. But not a sprinter, just a cop. What I really want is to get, like, out of town, basically. There's this little residential area towards the bottom of West Point that if you spawn in it, you're probably good. But if you don't, it's a bit of a task getting there. Whenever they stand up, I'm like eyeing them like, oh, you don't be a sprinter. Don't be a sprinter. A lot of zombies there. Let's see about over here. Still quite a few. It makes us tired sneaking now. Okay, yeah, see that's a ridiculous amount of zombies. The chances that there is a sprinter in here somewhere is pretty high. Oh, hello. Alright, so West Point and Muldrow are similarly bad. Although we got 22 zombies in Muldrow. So arguable which one is worse. Let's see. Riverside tends to be quieter, so does Rosewood. Let's try Rosewood, because there's always the strat with the fire station. If that works, then Rosewood is still safe enough. Oh, I need to save this preset too. Casey's still getting up to no good. Likes country music. This one is gonna die. Whenever she likes country music, she dies. It just always happens. There's a lot of blood in this house already. What a basement you have, Casey. Surprised the entire house isn't a crack den. Photograph of two women kissing. We might need the tweezers. We already have company. Oh boy. We have lots of company. And no weapon. Okay. I see how it's gonna be. Can we use a spatula as a weapon? No. Useless to me now. These, it feels like they're a lot more spread out. Maybe not less of them necessarily. Oh boy, there's a sprinter. Somebody was speedy in life. Ooh, I think there's another one on the other side of the fence. That leaves it as less of a good option for hopping. Don't like that I can't see what's on the other side of that one though, so I'm gonna hop here. Nobody running at me so far. Man, I didn't even realize I was going to the fire station, but here I am. I just know the route so well at this point. This is where I started with my friends because I figured the fire station makes such a good group area. It's got all of the individual rooms already. This used to be the spot if I wanted to lure everything that was around. Like around the fence and stuff. The stomping is working. They're spread out enough here. We might have to go into the field. This is usually where I took them. Looks pretty quiet out here. I used to use the fence, but I'm not comfortable with that right now. I know how strong they made the lunge. The dynamic music is so good, though. Like, what are you gonna do now? It's definitely more than I'd like for stomping. They're clustering a lot better than they used to. But not like, see, we're not getting a single file line now. If I go long enough, we probably will. It's not as much good to us without a weapon, but... We knocked over a bunch of them there. If we can get them kind of spread out more, then I'll be happier. I just need space for at least a stomp. One downside of this area is there's really not many trees. I'll take them over here. Over here. Seems like keeping a weapon in good repair is the difficult part here. Because we found weapons. It's just we keep breaking them before we make enough of a dent in the zombie population. Like 22 zombies before, that, if it had been in a single area, it may have been enough to clear out a little bit. But we had to wander for those weapons, and by then we'd drawn a lot more zombies. Should have used that car bomb. Just lured the herd past. Come on, yeah, reach for me. I'm right here. You can just about touch me. Come on. Hurry along now. Okay. Those ones still going that direction. Still got some chasing us. See, if we get a sprinter on us is the problem. If we get a sprinter, then everything comes apart. And that is why I have it on 1% chance. Because I like that. It's a consideration that has to be accounted for. The more I don't, the more I tempt fate. Let's see if we can get this one. He has something in his back. I think scissors. Not my favorite weapon, but technically a weapon. The temptation to just go for an axe. I think I might. We'll see if we can do it. They opened up the garage there. A lot of them came out, it seems. I'm gonna lure them all the way around and see if I can get in there. This is a lot of zombies at the fire station. Okay, hello. And it looks like they're all the way through it, too. So there's a radio on in there. This is probably the biggest cluster of weapons in town, though. So if we can even just... oh, no, there was a sprinter, yeah. See, single sprinter and it all comes apart. Can lure all those zombies around. But the firefighters were in good shape. So we have tried everywhere but Riverside so far. Let's see. She likes country music again. This will not go well. Fresh can of oats. Take that. Ah, the TV's on too. Crowbar. Not as good as it used to be, but still better than we've gotten so far. Eat this. We're taking the ham and the salami. We were prepping for a sandwich, but we ran out of bread, huh? Got a crowbar as and a frying pan as a backup. Chewing tobacco. That will help her stress. That will have been part of the problem in the other ones. One of her first stops is usually a gas station, basically. Not just for the gas. For her, she needs that for the tobacco. It is what fuels her. We're gonna eat half of the salami to start with. Looks like we do have a basement. I'm gonna take the curtains this time. Just make a little bag. Actually, I'll use the crowbar as the backup. We'll use the frying pan to start with. Looks pretty quiet in Riverside. Oh, we had a zombie in our basement. What's in his wallet? Money and an ID. Nothing but Tinder now. We got some crafting stuff down here, but Casey does not care about that at this point in time. Oh yeah, it's a lot quieter here. Look at that. Clear roads. Not seeing clusters of them. Bag of bags there. Okay. We'll take a Band-Aid. Another cigarette pack. We'll take the empty gas can for now. It's probably going to be the first thing I drop if things get too full. Just because it's heavy to be carrying around if we're not going to settle down anywhere. We knocked her hat off first go. She was dressed to go out, man. She had fancy plans. The magical woodland. Gruesome crime scenes. She cannot make up her mind here. Plunger can be used as a weapon. I'm pretty short on them right now, so we'll keep it. Under the helmet. A lemon. We'll take it. Technically we have a frying pan. There's gonna be a few extra ingredients, but I also like a lemon occasionally. Nice fresh lemon. Peel it like an orange. It's feeling almost too quiet here. There's a little cluster over there. If we can get a car early on, then we can really see how it is here. Starting with fit, we can get away with jogging around a little more, especially in this town, it feels like. I was having to save it before. See, I was contemplating, like, oh, I wonder what Louisville would be like. But it looks like we don't even have to go there to get to places that are not survivable. Oh, we lured a few. Just a scratch. We just need the space to deal with the sprinter. Okay, okay. It was just giving me time to get comfortable. Okay, it's because it's a neck wound. We're gonna have to sacrifice the Hawaiian shirt. We'll take your shirt instead. I can at least change where I'm looking while I'm ripping clothing like that. It kind of just needs something on it. Doesn't matter if it's dirty. Severe injuries is very bad news for us, but it feels survivable here. We had a lot of empty space to kite them through, and there are actually good obstacles to vision for them here. Houses are decent size, there's tree lines and stuff. Kind of just need to get our blood back. Alright, they're still moving this direction, so I'm gonna wait to pause until over here. Now those ones are lost, the herd is kind of spread out. The space to kite things really does make a difference. Feels like they spawned a little slower this time. Because Muldrow felt like immediately there were crowds. Maybe it was just wandering around faster. Photograph of a busy market. Okay. Still coming at me, but slowly. You can shove a whole bunch of them over at once. We can only hit one at a time with the frying pan, so I'm gonna swap it to the crowbar. We're gonna get more tired from each swing, but we'll knock them down more often. It's a better weapon, even though it's not as good as it used to be. And we can hit 3 at a time with the multi-hit. Long blunt is a lot better, it feels like, than it used to be. Long blunt was always pretty darn good, but see, what I'm noticing with these zombie settings the most is that, well, one, you need space to kite, but two, they come after you from far enough away that you'll start fighting 1, 2, 3 zombies, and you'll end up with a nice cluster of them like this. Because stuff spawned in behind us, we are losing our kiting area. Window. A door has a window. Of course she's after that. That house has a sliding glass door. Seems like a very bad idea. But we just need a moment here. Oh, he's got a hatchet in him. Another crowbar, I will take it. This one will be breaking. Can I rest for a moment here? Let's see. Starting to catch my breath. Still at high exertion. If I speed it up, then they're just gonna break through the whatever they're banging on faster. Oh, they gave up. They forgot what they were doing. He forgore. Alright. Let's wash some of these rags while we have a second. Not where I was wanting to go, but... Was she in here or did she open something? Yes, she opened the front door. Let's just lock that. They're wandering away. They don't want any. They heard what happened. Okay, that window's broken. This one, we can close the curtains. Work is kicking your ass today. This is one of those days, huh? Have a nice sit down. We'll change our bandages. We'll take inspiration from Casey. When life tries to beat her up, she beats it up right back. She is much less measured. She's missing one of her key traits because the bloodlust mod isn't working right now, but that generally is what keeps her moving. She just, as long as she's killing zombies in some form, she is happy. It is her way of de-stressing. It's how she shakes her nicotine addiction too. Usually. Every time she wants a cigarette, she just goes and bashes the few zombie heads in. Very cathartic. Alright, I'm not sure what time it is. It's starting to get dark. What's a base? Well, tonight it's here. But it really just depends. Apparently this pillow isn't placed opportunely enough. We'll see. Is it light when we wake up? We haven't harvested any watches off of them. No, still dark. A diary. So even with the sliding doors, we were fine here. Oh, come on in. Don't break the window now. Oh. Oh. Come on in. Didn't know you had friends. I want the hatchet. And then I probably want to go. Whoa, what the fuck? Why did I not see that one? Is it just too dark? What are they banging on? Ah, that must be the one that was downed, banging on the fence out there. There she is. Okay, so I don't see them when they jump in the window until they're already on the floor. That's weird. Okay, it's because there's multiple that I broke their spine. They're about to take that down. Can I hit them through it? Yeah. Oh, they got it over there too. And this is why Casey doesn't have a base. She just thinks it's generally a bad idea because every time she tries to build one, zombies find her. She's like, if I have a base, then I have to defend a base. I'd rather just go into their territory. Then she's the one being offensive instead of being the one being offended. Yeah. I like that the zombies make different noises. They have their own voices. Casey is usually more of a nomad than a lot of my other characters just because she gets really dissatisfied when... The more she succeeds, the more that she's cleared a town, the less she likes that town. So her favorite part is clearing the town, not having the town cleared. Whereas a lot of my other characters are mostly just loot gremlins. Like, Imagine walking around a supermarket, but you can just loot it and there's no repercussion. As long as you can defend it, you get to keep it. I mean, that feels pretty good. That's enough for most of them. Yeah, those lunges are crazy. I veer towards fence cheese, especially in this town, because this town used to be so good for that. But fence cheese is dangerous. Trying to line them up to hit 3 of them. There we go. It's difficult to do with a small group. Lots of residence keys. She's already out of breath. I'm gonna have to go to the bar and grab a stool or something like that to carry around. We believe. I think the only thing Casey believes in is violence. She really likes painting. Look at that. There, we're leveling long blunt. That one day Steve Irwin will return. Oh man. I think that was an entirely different character. I was doing the thing at the time where I was letting the game randomize characters for me. Trying to get to know more of them. None of them have stuck out quite as much though. Yeah, this has turned into a busy area. We're finding lots of keys, so when we finally go looting, it should be that much easier. Oh, we locked the door. Whoops. Come on then. For just the one of them, I'll do that. But as soon as it's a few of them, the one of them lunges and then starts to stand up, and then the other one starts to lunge. Oh, there are quite a few of you, huh? Going over that fence was the last straw. When I'm not used to keen hearing, occasionally I will think that the zombies are closer than they are. It's the only downside I've found to it. That's more just a product of not being used to it. We should catch our breath pretty quickly sitting down before they get to us, please. Okay, that's better than it was. It does make us very tired to swing this right now. That's why I was happy to see the skill increase. Oh boy. I really do appreciate that they let us swing on the crawlers a lot sooner. Yeah, we're coughing, I bet. Even if she wasn't a smoker, she'd be coughing here. Gonna end up with all the keys in the neighborhood. Watch, it's all people that live in the same house, though. It's like the front door key, the back door key. Paring knife is nice, I'll take it. That one zombie has been going at that door for ages. I'm not sure it can make it through. Our swing is so slow right now. They're sliding against something next to me, and it's freaking me out. I think it's in the house, though. They're like sliding against a door or something. Come on, you can do it. You can do it. Kill a zombie. This is what you do, girl. Just one more. Just one more. They're all gonna be drawn to all the noise of the fighting here, is the problem. But we really need to sit down, and if we go and try to find somewhere to sit down, then the potential that we draw more zombies is pretty high. I'm just gonna let that one keep beating on that door. We're gonna keep our eyes peeled, and we're gonna try to catch our breath at least. Yeah, you heard, didn't you? Don't know exactly what you're looking at, though, do you? Casey probably looks like one of the zombies herself, just slumped over the chair. When the bloodlust trait is on, I like to keep on the ability to earn it, which, if I'm remembering correctly, you do it by killing a certain amount of zombies and staying covered in blood for a long period of time. He's still wandering, so I'm hesitant to speed it up, but... That one's still beating on the door there. I don't think we have a lighter, so we're gonna keep going with the chewing tobacco until we do. Still haven't quite caught our breath. We're out of breath. We've been sat here for a minute, you know? We're drowsy already, okay. We knew this one was gonna have a weird sleep schedule, but I might want to set an alarm if it's clear around here. Let's see if we can get an assassination on this one. Not quite. Not good enough with a knife yet. Really? That zombie just watched her beating on the door the whole time. It didn't help. That is hilarious. They could have done it if they were beating on that door together. Especially for that period of time. She was working at that for a while. Just have a nice soda real quick. Don't jump scare Casey. Holy shit. She one-shot him. We could change our bandages. This is probably a nice house to camp out in for the night. Well, not night, but for a nap. Oh, you bastard. Box of garbage bags. Our other character would love that. They're in the closet. Oh wait, it's a bathroom. Sorry, buddy. My bad. Thought there would be loot in there. Matchbook. Not very much in it, but good enough. Yeah, no storage in there. Tire iron, another weapon. Flashlight we'll want eventually, and whetstone we'll also want. What do I want to put in my bag? I'll put away the frying pan for now because we have a backup crowbar. And because Casey doesn't like to settle down, she doesn't really need to keep all that much here. Like, the bucket would be awesome to save if we were planning on settling down, but Yes, there's a broken window there, but it's still worth locking the door. No pillow, no pillow. That's alright. We're gonna have to right click for the set alarm. Alright. Let's give her like 2 hours or something. See if that helps her. That was enough for now. Alright, we're gonna take both hams, but we're gonna eat one of them. It's partially frozen. We'll eat half of it. And she finally needs the toilet. There's a reason I grabbed the toilet paper this time. Casey is actually a lot more fun to play with lifestyle and hobbies on. Partially because she's sloppy. Like, that is one of her negative traits. She makes a big old mess. You can tell when Casey's been staying anywhere for any period of time because she leaves a huge mess whenever she does anything. She cooks in the kitchen once and it looks like disaster happened. Also, she doesn't flush. And since she doesn't by default, generally I let her just do that. Like, if her inclination is not to flush, then who am I to make her? I don't think we've even explored very much. Yeah, we haven't even gone very far. It feels like Riverside and Echo Creek, the towns that are the least busy, are actually manageable for surviving in. But the rest of the places, that is going to be somewhere we have to fight to in a similar fashion to Louisville. Which is what I'm looking for. With enough people, you start to run out of zombies. Everybody needs to get their share. And I think this is the one where Casey's probably going to take off, Riverside. Hello! We're a bit weighed down. That's probably from the ham we have on us. Let's just eat the whole thing. Have a little cigarette. Make sure she's feeling good after her nap. Change our bandages. I'll move into the bathroom for that, because we're going to want to wash the rags that we get off of this. Oh, our neck is better. And our hand is better. The scratches were not a huge deal. But we still want some bandages on us. Stash that for now. And we're still weighed down. It's probably just because the sling bag is not a very good bag. I think we can drop the plunger for now, because we have enough other weapons that are much better than a plunger. And let's just drink the cola. She'll be keeping the calories on her. I was gonna drop that gas can pretty early, but I really would like a car. It looks like there's a few around here. So we may be getting one. Our increased skill is serving us well here. Little snarly noises they make are great. Whoever was on zombie noises, I appreciate you. was somebody home. Hello, neighbor. I guess everybody is the neighbor when you're a nomad. If they're living indoors, then they're living adjacent to outdoors. Doesn't look like anybody dropped their keys around the car. One of you looked speedy. I don't know if I even want to help them with that. In fact, I'm going to put some distance between us. I don't like the look of that. Another empty gas can. Lots of empty alcohol. Of course, that's the trunk that was open. Okay. They're just speedwalkers. They must have gone on walks together in life. It's kind of sweet. Let's leave the couple together. Well, I didn't quite mean like that, but... Who's this guy, then? How many members of the family were home? Oh, there's another guy. 2 in here. So far, it's been... Oh? Oh, do I count you as in the house? You were right next to it. And you've got a fun shirt. I've been watching too many sitcoms. I'm trying to figure out who everybody is. Which show is this where people are all living in one big house? Except this house isn't very big. Some of them must be sleeping on the couch. Do we have a towel yet? No. Then we need one. They got cereal in here. I'm gonna eat this ham. Just eat the whole ham. Her weight is going down somehow, but we're at 80 still. So far, Casey is eating the best. Eventually, we will find a bag that's not just a curtain that's been tied to us. We could make a spear out of that mop, but we're already pretty heavy. We'll leave it here for later. We'll wander back through here, I'm sure. There's toy planes. Oh, look at that. There's different colors. The amount of collectibles in this game now is crazy, and I love it. Freddy the Fox. Let's have a quick read. She's a fast reader to begin with, and it's a children's book, but also there's a comic book there that I'm sure she wants to read, since she had a whole box full of them. Ninja attack number 86. Alright, now that we've left blood all over that comic book, kill them all. You know what? That is Casey's plan. She is almost always who I'm playing for the kill all zombie playthroughs. She's a little bit like Bender in some ways. Oh. And the goal of that is, because respawn is off, but peak day still exists, killing all the zombies is a plausible goal. World of Woodcraft. That... That would... I feel like that would just be a crafting game. Like, that takes away the survival crafting part. It's just crafting. If it's just woodcraft... But if it's taking all of that away, then it's gotta be really detailed. Like, I'm imagining a chef simulator situation. Literally, just learn architecture. You'll have a degree by the end of this. Alright, this way we get woodcraft, and we should get exposure survival after. We might have to tune back into life and living. Yeah, there we go. We're getting a commercial now. How are we doing? Alright, weight going up. Which is good, because we're going to be doing a lot of running around. This is a rare moment of rest for Casey. Do we have booze? Because if we have even just a single beer, then we can make her sleep at night. But we do not appear to. I made her take a nap earlier, so we may be able to sleep. The house is quiet now. The TV was pretty loud at first, so we would have woken up any zombies in here, most likely. I'll still be cautious checking those. Hey Dean, where'd that paperclip come from? I always carry a paperclip, guys, and so should you. Until next time, guys. I still think my personal headcanon for Dean is that he low-key knew. Like, maybe he was a prepper of some kind, and that's why he has all of his exposure survival knowledge. But, he basically prepares us for the apocalypse in the last days before it. And then my headcanon is that he disappears off into the woods after that. Off to live out his show. Got a nice field over there for foraging. Casey does usually eventually learn foraging, just because wandering through the woods eventually becomes a thing. Cars are preferable, but it just depends on the situation you're in, what happens, you know? I feel like Casey, of all my characters, probably would sleep in a room with dead bodies. And she wouldn't have any, like, mental problem with that. But it is gonna make her sick if she does that in this game. While she's not quite as disciplined as some of my other characters, she is still sensible. It's how she survives. I imagine in the world before the zombie apocalypse, she wouldn't be considered sensible. Because the kind of things that you have to do to survive in the zombie apocalypse, that's not how the world works normally. Just calm down now. She's becoming less easily startled and panicky very quickly. It's like she remembers how to be her. Really, it's probably just because we've exposed her to how many zombies there are now. So both I and the character know, well, not as bad as it could be, right? We've gotten out of worse. I will be closing that curtain, though, because they appear to be spying on me while I'm sitting on the bed. The zombies are kind of creeps. And see, she's painted the walls and the carpet now. She'll be perfectly comfortable sleeping here, I'm sure. How's the weight? That's evened out already just from carrying those out. I'm gonna give it a little bit of a speed. Just get us more into the time I'd like her to sleep. She's not getting drowsy yet, which is slightly upsetting. But hopefully we'll be able to sleep. There's the drowsy. Wakes up at 6 a.m. coughing. They have made Smoker more realistic. Okay, we'll get a refill on our water. We'll see if there's food we stashed here, and it looks like they have a basement here. We could cook this up. Check out the basement. We kind of have time. At least for a quick scope out. Okay, instantly very dark. Basements. Long stick, shovel. Metalworking chisel. Spent a lot of time looking for one of those before. We'll keep the claw hammer. I want to take that screwdriver because we've beat up this one already. But we're already a bit overweight. And we will find more screwdrivers after we find a bag. See, this is what I'm saying. The mods where you have to put masks on and stuff like that to not get infected, they're gonna really benefit from this build. Because there's oxygen tanks, there's all kinds of stuff. I've seen hazmat suits that you can attach the oxygen tanks to. It's kind of awesome. I'm taking this welding book. I'm going to hang out here for a little bit for this morning and read that. Lots of hammers here. We only want to keep the one on us right now because we need a bag. A better bag. An actual bag. Oh, see, she's leaving blood everywhere. you're ever wondering where Casey is, just follow the trail of blood. You'll get to her eventually. Even with fast reader, that's pretty slow. I'll just keep that with me, and whenever we have a quiet moment, we can just have a little read of that. I think this version's gonna live, despite the foreboding likes country music trade. Usually does not go well for her when she has that one. Maybe partially my fault. It just doesn't fit her character very well. But it's also funny to me that different iterations of her like different kinds of music. Because it's random every time you start the character. More keys. And of course, now we have to pee. I'm checking this car first. It's always right after you leave the house, isn't it? It does have a key, but it does not have gas. We have a gas can, but we haven't even discovered the gas station on the map, really. Like, it's right there. That could be our thing today. Casey does really benefit from a car. Ooh, hello. A laceration, not too bad. These ones were real quiet. They usually make some kind of noise even when they're just chilling. Sometimes they'll sit in closets like that too. Oh, that's a tiny little room. Gotta like literally climb into bed. I'm just gonna end up eating that whole thing of bread. See, we're ending up picking up more food than we can actually deal with right now. Just gotta eat as I go. We'll leave that stuff there. Perishables we might stash in the freezers as we go along, so that if we end up here again, we'll have something. Just gonna clear the house before I use the toilet. Empty bucket. No. Power's still on, so's the water. Now, I have had zombies literally open the door while my character was on the toilet before. So I want to stay kind of wary here. But I also want to give her a little bit of privacy. For personal reasons. I think we can, let's see. Yes, you can organize it by encumbrance with this little funnel right here. See, that's why I was saying the gas can might be one of the first things we drop. It's rather heavy, even empty. But right now I have plans for it. We'll eat these tortilla chips. Just trying to clear a little bit of space. Got an animal care book here as well. I don't think we'll end up using that. Welding we may use at some point on this character though. And wilderness survival we certainly will. We get Napstone Blade and herbal remedies out of that. Not sure how useful they'll be to her, but if we're desperate enough to try them, we're desperate enough to try them, right? Better to have a guide for that than to not have one. I think I am gonna end up dropping the welding book. We'll leave it in a prominent place. This is kind of on a corner, so we will probably end up here again. That book is just too heavy for... We're injured already and we're moving towards an area that's pretty busy. Oh, there was somebody waiting outside. Hello. You were so patient. She's gonna reward that behavior by bashing her head in first. As a mercy. See, because it made all of them mad. They were walking towards me. They watched me do that. But she doesn't have to watch me do this. I missed the crowbar. I'm gonna be sad when these break. One construction worker from over there that's very aware. I heard something. I know it's over here. Even with the hard hat, she's getting better with the crowbar. We want max distance if we can get it. On this weapon at least. With the knives, when we're trying to go for assassinations and stuff like that, we kind of want to be closer than the max distance. But with long blunt, with really short blunt especially, you want the max distance because it'll do max damage, but also you have more distance between you and the zombies. And if you knock them down, which happens often with blunt weapons, you get kind of the perfect spacing for the zombies behind them, moving forward to stand on them and keep them down while you fight the ones coming at you. They can stack up pretty high that way. We'll change our bandage again. Upper torso seems to bleed a lot, especially since it's a laceration. You could take some painkiller. We've got some. We move fast enough on Casey and hit big enough spots that we can afford to use the resources we have, especially with it weighing us down. I think I'll avoid those for now, because they're far enough that I can kite past them. Martina did not give up. That was the first question for everybody following her story. I'm using the same settings to check how the other towns are, which fits another one of my characters very well. Because her favorite thing is killing zombies. It seems that only the towns that are historically much quieter as far as zombies are really viable. Like the new town, Echo Creek, is pretty quiet and spread out. And Riverside is doable. We're in Riverside right now, checking it out. But we checked out all the other towns except Louisville and the ones you can't spawn in by default, because I'm trying to keep mods minimal. They're still kind of bad. Like, I tried to get several of the mods that I wanted to use working this morning, and it ended up throwing errors continuously, so I've got like 2 or 3 mods on right now. Oh, wants? It's a shame. Those are all low condition. Leather would be a bit warm for summer, though. Casey the serial killer? Basically. Yeah. She's the one that had to be medicated before the apocalypse because she's far too well suited for the apocalypse. And she's also a character that has to kill zombies every day, otherwise she gets very unhappy. So, it kind of just works out if I'm planning on going into busy towns, you know? Plus, I'm using a sort of nomadic lifestyle for her. It's how she likes to do things, even without the mods that I usually use for her working. This is technically just a new save. It's using the same settings, though. Just to see what the other towns are gonna look like. They're gonna be even worse in the other established save, though, because peak day. This is a cool basement. I don't know what's gonna be down here. I won't become one of them. Makeshift ham radio. No channels. Bulletproof vests. A lot of bullets. I'm marking this on my map. We gotta grab that green pen from upstairs. Unless they got something here. Learn to make traps, that could be nice. Okay, I really like that stair area for the basements. I haven't seen that one yet. Where was the pen? There it is. With the diary. Oop, that is not what I meant to do. Wanted to close the door behind me so I'd have a forewarning. But I really like this basement. The wood stove here. This is kind of a winter place. Worst comes to worst, you know, if we don't have anything else set up. Yeah, it's just bullets, but I feel like the gun symbol is gonna convey that, because if it was a gun, then I would already have a gun and a bunch of bullets. Let's see, we'll let her sit down here. Actually, the beds up there are gonna be more cozy. I like that. I like that a lot. I've not seen that basement yet. Let's have a rest, see what we got. I think we can condense our matchbooks a bit. Consolidate all. We got a dirty bandage again. Okay. Alright, this is not the one that we got the bottle of alcohol for, So we have a little bit of an infection. But don't worry, it is not the infection. Just a normal one. Should be able to get over it pretty fast. It'd be nice to be able to disinfect some of the rags we have. But we don't even have a kettle here. We'll have to keep a lookout for something that can be used as a water vessel that can be heated. I think even a mug would do it, actually. Nope. Specifically none of that here. In that case, we'll sit down to just give her a little rest. Let her painkiller kick in that I'm about to give her. Maybe have some food with it. I really love that it's part of the base game that she just returns things to her backpack or whatever inventory she took it out of when she's done with it. If I don't interfere with the process, then she does that all on her own. I really quite like that. It's a good change. That was another one of the, like, necessary mods in my book. Alright, our weight is going up, so we're going to have to use that energy. That's why I'm taking the painkiller. They really do wander around a nice amount now. Walk out the door and there's several of them moving. Not even towards me, just... What's over here? What's over here? Was that a butterfly? I see movement. Are you food? How we usually get by is just by marking the map pretty thoroughly. If we're going to be nomads, then we got to know where the stuff is when we need it. Having enough food and water should be easy for a while. Like, as long as we keep moving, we'll keep finding non-perishable. Even once the perishable has gone off and power's out. The sinks that we'll be running into will all have water in them still. We should be able to live pretty well as a nomad. Casey's combat skills are always the fastest to level. Fast learner is actually one of her base traits. It's about the time I learned that I like that trait so much that I kind of just wanted to make it part of the game. And you can through settings, so... She gets a double speed boost on her leveling now. Ooh. Okay, because it's willing to let me go for the ones that are down like that, or when there's a zombie that close to me, sometimes it does create situations that are a little bit awkward. It's nice that the combat is changing. I feel like every time I've played Build 42, there's been little differences in the combat for me. It makes the update process pretty fun. Alright, we are dangerously tired here. Don't really want to move around because we risk aggroing more if we move around too much. Alright, one more coming for us. Stand here and loot for a second, see if any more come for us, and then I will see if I can find somewhere to sit down. Knife is nice. It was very nice to meet them. We'll leave the work boots on the ground, because someday we may need boots. When we've hit the clothing shops one too many times. There is a chair outside here. Every door is broken down in that place, so... We'll treat it as just a moment to stop being in the red. Or at least the bright red. That lighter's almost done. I don't want to sit there with a zombie staring at me from the driveway. She was definitely looking at me funny there. You saw her. You saw the face she was giving me. That just wouldn't do. I'm gonna see if I can sit down on the couch. That's gonna be a hell of a lot more comfortable. Anybody home, or did you all leave? I feel like they let themselves out after watching the TV. That's why everything's broken. Kind of surprised there's not more of them here then. They must have blown through here. Showed up just for the show. Sit here for a moment. If I can't see them, surely they can't see me. Okay then. Looks like there is a pot of something on the stove there. It's probably going to be stale. We might eat it anyway. We're definitely going to empty that and use it for disinfecting the bandages if the zombies don't end up in here. They do so love gunshots. Oh, olive oil, nice. Stale pasta. Can we put the olive oil on it? Yeah, we can add olive oil. Anything in the fridge? Nah, empty. What if we open this? Corned beef and olive oil. Excuse me. What the fuck am I stuck on? I think I was stuck in the menu. Are we bit? That is the question. Just a laceration on the head. We've survived worse. Jeez, guys, I was just trying to make pasta. I am not the one who shot. That guy's probably one of you by now, though. I will defend this pasta with my life. Stale pasta, just uncooked pasta, I guess. I guess, man. They must have had the water in there already. They just, they didn't get to boil it. My zombie senses are tingling. It feels like there's one of them around. Yeah, I knew it. I knew it. Come on, then. Pasta cooks fast. I only have so much time for you. Yeah, it's already done, man. Nearly burnt my pasta for that zombie. They better not interrupt me here. Alright. Now we get to disinfect our stuff. They had a car key. Interesting. Should be able to, yeah, we can disinfect the rags as well. And that will help our infection. Would have helped to have already done this, but now we've done it. If I had more inventory space, then I would take the pot with me, but we really do not have much here. Groom getting ready for his wedding, and a president. And we even got to use some of the olive oil there. She may be injured, she may be suffering, but she lives a decent life. We'll kill them. We'll kill them. It's just the two. A little bit of patience. I don't want to go out the window at them. More residence keys. We should have the keys for the whole neighborhood by now. My theory that it's all keys to the same house is just growing. Oh, that's bullshit. That lunge is strong. A little bit off in your timing and it screws you over. Like, it's a much smaller window than it used to be. We've got all kinds of open windows and stuff going on. I'm gonna close the curtains on the windows that are unbroken. Yeah. Alright, we're feeling a bit drowsy. I could maybe drag this zombie out of the room I'm planning to sleep in. Sometimes holding E works on these, sometimes it doesn't. It seems to prioritize anything else over grabbing the corpse. Let's just drag him out here. We've got a bunch in the kitchen anyway. Just want to give it a little bit of distance. Okay, she's in too much pain to sleep even though she's drowsy right now. We do have some painkiller, but I want to give it a little bit of time first. We gotta start going through the weapons. The crowbar doesn't last as long as it used to, but it still lasts a lot longer than the other weapons, considering how fast they were breaking. And it's not that it's not strong anymore, it's that it's not overpowered anymore. Like, you won't go through your whole maintenance skill with just the one. We'll take some pills, we'll change our bandages, get some sterilized ones on there. She's going to be in a lot of pain directly after changing the bandages. This kind of just makes sense. It stands to reason. Zooming out, but I can't give her complete privacy. They come in here while we're on the toilet, and I gotta be ready to a certain extent. It's funny because this is one of the parts of the lifestyle mod that I wasn't expecting, but I've grown to like it the most just because it creates situations where when you gotta go, you gotta go. If there's zombies around, then that's gonna be a real tense pee. The head wound seems to be causing us a lot more pain with the infection on the upper torso to add to it. We'll sterilize a few more rags. Already level in our first aid. Casey the doctor. She's a healer, guys. Healers usually heal people, not make sure they don't wake up. But Casey heals herself by killing all of them. If you kill them first, then you don't have to heal after. Plus, there's the catharsis of, you know, the internal wounds. Casey's burden. In fact, we don't even know that it is the apocalypse. They might just be trying to stop her on her latest rage. Exactly. It is the kind of reasoning that is probably why she ended up locked up. And yet, if Martina perseveres, then Casey persists. Yeah, Casey's having a breakdown. She's convinced they're all zombies. That's how she's seeing it. That she's really just on a murder spree. She's feeling pretty sick. Oh, an electric guitar. I am somewhat tempted to grab that. She kind of needs some rest right now. We might draw some zombies in though. Let's see, does it work? Yes. I don't know how much of that I can do on stream, just because I don't know about copyright with some of the songs later along. But the lifestyle mod is really fun for that. Not for copyright strike, though. Okay, when I'm holding my crowbar, I'm less weighed down. She's feeling pretty nauseous. Even Casey doesn't like the smell here. Blues and jazz. We'll leave that on the ground. More of them want to go into the milking more today. Spiffo van. Hey, hey. We're collecting keys. You know something that would also be fun? I was considering it the other day. I want to see how the week 1 mod is doing. Don't know if I'm going to do that today, because again, it crashes pretty bad. I might want to test it first. Leveling up nimble already. It's always the combat skills. I really enjoy it. I don't know how it's doing currently, but I have played it before and I quite liked it. Come on, buddy. There, he went down. Yeah, there's professions and stuff in it as well. That's the one thing that I wanted spoiled for myself, was to know what professions would work, because not all of them do. But like fisherman works, fireman was really fun. You can be a cop. There's lots of what do they call it? I mean, I guess it would just it's the guy who made the bandits mod. So I suppose they're bandits. But people start looting before the apocalypse actually starts. Old-fashioned can opener. Those make too good a weapon to just pass up. That Spiffo van might be ours. Yes, yeah, and you can talk to them. Like, there's a text box, and you can talk to them. They have a few interactions. Alright, we've got keys. We've got gloves. A nightstick would be nice. No gas, of course. Just surviving until you die or get bored makes it hard to tell even a head story. Yeah, it really can be. Like, unless it's an exceptional character. Out of random circumstance. It doesn't feel the same. In some ways, survivors are all the same. In some ways, they are completely distinct and different. The State of Decay series, yeah. I don't know if I ever played through that series, but I've definitely watched people playing it. I do like when there is a survival, like, story game. Green Hell, I really enjoyed it. but the non-story modes, like the sort of just survival mode, endless mode, they don't feel the same. Like, I don't stick with it quite as much as when I'm in pursuit of answers. Alright, we got away from the smelly smell. This is our Spiffo van. Rotten burgers. Oh, that's so sad. Alright, not much in here, but it is nice to be able to access the trunk from inside. Of course, no gas, so same problem as before. Where are we? If I'm remembering correctly, we are pretty close to it. It should be just around the corner here, basically. I'm gonna clear a few zombies and then change our bandages. Ooh. More of you than I was expecting, but that's alright. Oh, our bandages are fine. We're just feeling the pain. Ooh. In the first State of Decay game, there was one survivor the community felt was useless, so he went out with no gear or weapon and was sick/injured. He went out to die and ended up coming back fully geared up and a badass. Yes! That's what I'm talking about, man. It is the kind of story that you can find in Zomboid. But I love seeing it actually written into something, you know? Going into shows, Z Nation was really interesting for that specifically, because basically every episode they explored something different. Like, either in sort of filming style, like what kind of vibe it was giving, what genre of episode is this, as opposed to what genre of show is this. And there were some interesting ones in there that could have made, like, movies all on their own. But it got random at a certain point. There wasn't enough consistency to latch onto. But it was great for exploring concepts. Like, I enjoyed that aspect of it. Lots of screwdrivers in these zombies. They must have jumped some mechanics. The wrench wasn't gonna stick in him. Notice how much less panicked this character is, though. At a certain point, I think it's also playstyle that contributes to it, because she's seen so many zombies at this point that she knows. She knows this isn't very many. I'm gonna check in a second how many zombies she's killed. She's gaining some weight. 207 zombies killed in 2 days. So she knows that she can cut through a crowd. Exactly. She's in her comfort zone. The character herself, she's in her comfort zone. We know this about her, even when she doesn't have the modded traits. not liking how overloaded we are, but we're just sort of not finding a bag so far. Exactly. Casey is finally free to be Casey. She's hurting, but she's having the time of her life, really. See, you can hear their footsteps and stuff with keen hearing. Even zoomed out that far, I was hearing them. Casey is kind of built different. We're overloaded, queasy, out of breath, and she's still just downing them. She's built like the farmer in Stardew. We finally get a bag. I don't care if I have to grab it and run, man. None of them are moving too fast, so we may have time to swap it over. Sling it over your back now. Feeling less overloaded now. Let's get a few more things in there, huh? A bag full of knives. It's time to throw hands. Exactly. She's been waiting for this her whole life. Really want to sit in here because it's just gonna make her more queasy. But she needs to sit down. Alright, we're finally not overloaded. And we can still use the pen when it's in our bag. See if we can sharpen any knives, huh? All of our knives are as sharp as they could be. We have been kind of saving them. She has a preference for blunt weapons. I end up using the nightsticks a lot on her, which feels funny. It feels like she's getting revenge or something. It could be because blunt weapons go splat. That may be what she's liking. She's an artist. She really likes to paint. Look at that. She's always painting the walls and the floors everywhere she goes. It's a shame the burgers will probably all be bad. The ones in the van were, but that was probably, hot van. Oh, they saw someone's behind the counter. Looks like this place has already been looted. They hit the spiffos first, huh? Rotten Borg. Oh. A tragedy. We'll take a meat cleaver. Oh, hello, Laurel. Claws in the arm is not a good way to say hello. But you're very cute. Very cute. She always looks up at me with the biggest sparkly eyes as she's sticking her claw in my arm, trying to grab the arm of the chair. No fresh burgers. But we're holding our weight pretty well. We don't necessarily need Borg. It would have just been nice to have some. It apparently smells basically everywhere in this parking lot. That guy's got a hydration bag. Once I have a car, I might want to use that. Just use the car as storage and run around with the hydration pack, not needing water. Our high thirst characters will love that method even more. Question is how many of them are coming around that fence. Hate the crawlers. Fall behind. They're very slow, but very annoying. And we've left another smelly spot in this parking lot. But we definitely need to sit down now. We're getting closer to it. There's gonna be a lot of zombies around here. I imagine everybody hit the gas station before they wanted to leave town. We know from the available channels in Build 41 that a lot of people went for Louisville because they were trying to get out over the bridge. They did not realize how much things were closed up. Because that one is fenced off. Oh, you found me. Very clever. I see some car keys there. Come on, then. Oh, nice watch. I'll take it. Oh yeah, you guys. Hi, you finally caught up. Now there is something that used to work at least with the crowbar. If you're real slick with it, when you knock them down like that, you can kind of sneak forward while attacking. And you kind of skip forward and smack them on the head. It's a fun little animation. May have to be jogging a little bit for it though. Some of the animations you only get when jogging. What about gremlin mode? You know? Not sure if it's happening now. I liked that little bop him on the head. Diet Cola. Since we're gaining too much weight anyway. Do we need a bandage change yet? No. I think I want to find somewhere else to sit. We're getting real nauseous here. Hello there, Cheetle. Doing good. How about you? How's our Wednesday going? Just had to double check. Running and gunning. May as well read this while we're here. Seems like a book she'd like. Just working. Alright. That seems like where a few of you are. As we learned earlier from Casey, when life tries to kick your ass, you kick its ass right back. Alright, we're good on water. I think she has a little bit more fight left in her, but did we leave our keys? Yes, we did. I'm taking those. Oh. They got some stuff. They got some stuff. I'll take the holster for now. And we'll just have to remember this is here. We'll be in the area again for sure. Since it's getting to evening time, I think I will set up a little temporary base for the night. Make sure she has a safe bed to sleep in. This is a door with everything broken down, so that one does not feel very safe. But here we slept at one point. They're all acting like they've been lured by something. Don't think I heard anything, though. I want to empty this so that I'm lighter. I am kind of worried that now that I've emptied that, we're gonna end up needing the excess water, but we'll take the risk. Casey is a risk taker. Cook up a ham. Whoa, okay. The house spawned in at the wrong moment there. I might be done for there. Yup, bitten. Casey's gonna go down fighting. But that is bad news. She's gotta be mad about this. I told you though, every time she likes country music, she ends up dying. Whether I choose it or not. Man. What I said earlier is becoming especially relevant here. You go to fight one zombie and all of a sudden you've got a decent sized group of zombies on you. And the pull down. They had enough. Three days, 2 hours in Riverside, though, and 261 zombies. So I would say, by far, Riverside and Echo Creek especially is the most survivable single player with these settings. Which means that it should be perfect for multiple people to play. But for now that I feel satisfied that I've explored that, let's see. I think we'll go back to Martina's story for a little bit. Little bit, at least, before I go and have my break. $103. Why did it save there? Oh, this is the one I was testing the different mods I closed out. I try to delete stuff as I go along, but as you can see, I have a whole bunch of saves that I've just never gone back to. Alright, we got some fresh cooked eggs. We got our sunglasses. We're feeling pretty cool. Not doing as well on weight over here. Let me just check the map. We have our list here. Retrieve chickens from factory. Save David the Gnome's friends. And clear the gas station. Clearing the gas station is going to be a task. But we should have cars once we do. I think we did find our gas can on this one. Left that in the funnel over here. Yes, okay. So we're prepped for that part of going to the gas station. We're not prepped as far as weapons. Do not think so. Yeah, we have a fireplace poker, and we do have a hatchet that we can use. We'll have to go back and repair it and like sharpen it as we go along, but that'll last longer than one would think. It'll just be like the new spears where we gotta actually repair it. So I think we'll retrieve the chickens when we get the car done. Because then we can at least drive, apparently, with a chicken in our lap. I'm not sure how well that would be working. I feel like they should give us the same penalty for driving drunk or something like that. Like, it's just gonna make things more difficult. You're gonna respond a little slower if there's a chicken fighting you in your lap. Still faster than the commute that we had, though. If we're doing it in a car, even if we can't speed time through it. Save David the Gnome's friends is probably the easiest task. I think I'm gonna go and do that before my break, because that's probably the shortest one. For us, anyway. Again, it's a bit of a commute for her, but we get to speed through it. Our sheep are looking happy to have somewhere to go inside. Ooh. And I should change the title. I'll change the title while I'm on break. You know what? I just want to play right now. You guys know what's up. Oh, hello! As you can see, I wasn't expecting you. Hello, Lumavox. How are you doing? How's your Wednesday treating you? We don't have proximity inventory on this one. I'm liking just feeling out the base game though. Like how that is right now. I do think proximity inventory is probably something that they should implement base game if they're looking to implement things that are kind of just required mods for playing the game. I love proximity inventory. I might like it less with this one though, just because of how many things are gonna show up along this side with the bags being accessible. Tiered bags is better to have. Alright, we're rescuing the gnomes for David, but also be nice to grab some extra stuff. There's plenty here. We got 2 David the Gnomes. We'll see how much room we have after picking them up. They're a little bit heavy. We have several to liberate. Here's another one. We will have lots of friends for Martina. Probably the empty watering cans that I'm gonna end up going for. Nobody in the break room? Is there a David in the break room? No, just a burnt beef patty. That is not a friend, nor is it food. Just a little browsing of my favorite store. We already picked up all of the axes here though, so it's not as exciting as it was. Alright, then a little bit of hay. We'll bring a treat back for the critters. Not much luck fishing in Project Zomboid. Very fair. If it's build 42 fishing, then yeah, same. The makeshift fishing rods are pretty rough to use. In an earlier patch at least, I had some success with the decent fishing rods, like the already built ones. Especially if you're by the big river. Like I was in Riverside, I think, at the time. And there was some good fish in there. But I used a makeshift fishing rod the other day. Like just a caterpillar that I foraged up. And we caught nothing. Like early skill level fishing is tough, it feels like. Oh, that is a cool name, true. I wasn't even thinking about it. Didn't break it apart. We're gonna give David his friends. They'll be having a little meeting over here. Hopefully, it is not a revolt brewing. How are we feeling? Oh, we're feeling tired. Martina's feeling rough. That was a big adventure going rescuing David's friends. Oh, we're out of water in that sink. This is probably going to be the easiest sink to set up the plumbing for, so it is nice to have this room along here. Although, it cuts off right in the place it needs to if we want to set up this sink as well. Can we get on top of that area from over here, though? Oh, we'd need a window right here if we want it up there. If we're feeling ambitious later on, then we can rebuild it. But we're going to want to level our carpentry and find some stuff to actually make it nice. We'll need paint. And drywall. And food is a lot more of a concern for Martina. Of course, we've got the eggs, at least. Haven't found a real trick to the fishing in Zomboid yet. Build 42 Zomboid, at least. Other than, I don't think speeding up time actually helps it go faster. Alright, we will let her sleep now because hopefully she will sleep until morning since she's super tired. Come on, Martina, you can do it. You can do it. 4:20, her favorite time to wake up. West of Brandenburg, so the same river. Okay. Yeah, then I'm guessing either fishing pole or skill level, because it seems like it's not till the later skill levels that it starts to feel like your character's actually like good at fishing yet. But also there's little disturbances in the water, the little ripples. If you aim near them or on them, then it does seem to do something. Okay, we brought back some other stuff we can put away. Put down the watering cans over here, because eventually I would like to plant over here, but I want to have rain collection and all that set up too. This shed we're gonna end up using more when we've got tools set up. Like all the built stuff and the stuff that we want to lug over here. Dirtiness is at 19%. I don't know if they'll be happy if we clean that now, but let's see. Do we have to kick them out to clean the hutch? It's not consistent. You got a lot of catches in an hour and then it's like 6 without a single bite. Oh man. Yeah, I'm still going back and forth on whether I like the new system for fishing. I feel like I would have done the same thing if I had been around for the foraging change, though. Sort of the, I'm not sure if I like it yet. Cold weather might be affecting it, yeah. I think you get slightly different fish as time goes along, too. So we have saved David the Gnome's friends. We can remove this one. The gnomes have been liberated. We're going to want to clear the gas station next, realistically. If we want to retrieve the chickens, then even if we don't find an animal trailer, it's just going to be more efficient to have a car driving the chickens back and forth. If we can find an animal trailer, that would be awesome. That makes everything that much faster. But we might not. There might not be one in the whole town. Or we might find it just on an off-road. Bunch of zombies around it. They left it as a trap. That kind of deal. She's got new friends. She's got cool sunglasses. And she's feeling somewhat prepared to face the gas station. We're in the morning, and we don't have much in the way of food for actually cooking proper meals. But it'll be a lot easier to acquire that once we have a car. We're gonna be getting pretty sick of chicken and egg by the time we've got other sources of food. We're probably going to have to do a lot of foraging on Martina, just because the loot seems to be rather rare. We're not getting much out of each house so far. Especially when it comes to weapons. I think I'll probably play for about another hour. And then I'm gonna have to go and eat in real life because my in-game choices are gonna be entirely based on my in real life hunger at that point. Okay, quieter here than I was expecting. When we were here before, we left a few weapons. Those are all gonna be broken though. Oh no, butter knife intact. We left some stuff to melt down too. Hopefully we get a little bit better with long blunt on Martina this way. Fireplace poker, when she holds it like that, you can kind of see how, like, okay, surprisingly good weapon. Got a nice little hook on it. Matchbook, I will take that. No sprinters there, but lots of speed walkers, it looks like. Whenever we start seeing the screen drag like that, it means we want to be zoomed out. We're wanting to push the cursor further than it wants us to go. That zoomed in. Like we're having to squint, look off into the distance to do that. I feel like the zoom that we're controlling for her is like her pupil dilation. She's got a scratch ticket and a kitchen knife. What were her plans? Was she scratching the ticket with the knife? That just seems dangerous, doesn't it? Is this the gas station cleared? This feels too easy, but then we've been here before. Martina hasn't. Not exactly. She ran past it once, but... the predecessor who killed many more zombies than she has. Spent a lot of time here. Might go back and see if in the VODs we have the name of that character, because at this point it's kind of lost to time. I've forgotten, and we left our ID who knows where. There must have been a key ring somewhere. We may have dropped that. Grab the keys. But there are more named keyrings now, if I'm remembering correctly. Might just be the wallets and IDs. Not sure. Maybe the week 1 mod confusing me with that. The hardest thing to remember in this game is what's base game and what did I add with mods? Especially since they're adding a bunch of stuff, you know? Short of sitting down in between waves of zombies, I kind of just want to let her stand there, take it all in, process, you know? We didn't exactly bring a picnic with us today. And it is raining. Just a few hard-boiled eggs in our pocket. There might be some ice cream in that freezer. Martina could really use some ice cream. Oh, melted, rotten. So sad. So sad. Bad smell, I bet, yeah. There was a fudgy pop in there. That's gotta smell bad. Any objective for Martina's playthrough? Well, initially it was just testing the settings that I had set up for the multiplayer server that can finally happen in Build 42. I wanted to test it single player just to see, is it enough zombies? And what I've determined today thoroughly by visiting the other towns, by replicating the same settings, Echo Creek and Riverside are basically the only survivable areas with the zombie settings that I have on right now for a solo survivor in Build 42. And that's about exactly where I wanted it. Because if I'm going to have a multiplayer server with multiple people joining, then I want it to actually be intimidating. Last time we were here, the power was on. Feeling much more uncomfortable with that dark section in the back. We do have a flashlight, but batteries are limited. So now, Martina's goal is to survive. She's having a hard time of it. She'd really just like to live. I'm using it as a chance to explore because I'm not using any mods on this, because again, on the server I'm not going to be using any mods for stability reasons. I just want to see what is the base game like at this point. What do they have? One of my things that I've been wanting from Zomboid. Ooh, it would be really fun to have a channel community server. The one that I'm setting up is just for me and my friends, but something that I would like to do in the future is that, like, if I was ever going to pay for a server, then it would be a community, like, a server that I play on here and anybody can play anytime kind of deal. Let's see. Yeah, we're headed towards it. That's for the future though. Build 42 just got multiplayer. I think if I was going to set up a big server for that, yeah, it's not that at the moment. But honestly, that is what it tests towards, because again, if we're going to have a bunch of people on a server, it has to be enough zombies. So I got to get an idea of what it feels like right now, to play with the different settings and how the zombies act now, because there have been a lot of changes to how the zombies act, how they group, how they migrate, that kind of thing. The settings that I used for Build 41 do not feel the same, so I just gotta feel it out. But yeah, if I was to have a big community server, then it would be for Build 42, because I see so much potential, especially if we were to go in a sort of role-playing way about it, like trying to rebuild society. I think we could do it. I think especially when it gets to the point where the mods are kind of stable for Build 42 multiplayer, it would be really, really fun. Could always do servers that ramp up in time, start low and get bigger over time. That, I think, would be the way to go, because at first it's going to be like less than 20 people. But as things go along, that may change. Yes. Now, if we were gonna do it how I like to run things, then it would be a kill all zombies map. Which means that after peak day, you wouldn't be getting any more zombies. which means that the goal would be to kill all of the zombies that are on the map. Just completely clear it. At which point, I could probably do a soft reset or something like that. See how we do now that, like, we get to keep established bases and everything we've built. Can we defend from another wave of zombies? Like, it becomes a different question. I have to figure out progression with that. On a server, I might want to just keep respawns on, realistically. Ooh. Build 42 still has some bugs related to multiplayer. Yes, I've found several of them. There's actually some mods to solve most of them. That is interesting to me. The modders work fast in this game. Constant fear of zombies is a big one. Yeah. Very fair. Very fair. I feel like I have to tone down the zombies a little bit if respawn is on, though. I have seen multiplayer servers who do a sort of seasonal thing. It looks like a lot of work. Potentially very worth it. But a lot of work. I think it would be fun to, like... I've seen YouTubers take videos of, like, walking around in their world, witnessing different scenes with the proximity chat and stuff like that. I've seen people run some very fun short games as well. I didn't spend very much time in the big servers, but they seem to run events and stuff like that as well, when it's a bunch of people running it. Yeah. Yeah, like, the story has to be driven at that point. But I think for a short run, especially if I was planning on, like, making a video or something out of it, it would be more fun. Long-term plans, though, I think if I was to run the server that I want to, because we'd need time to actually get established, I would probably keep respawn on. Just because I wouldn't want to risk resetting and losing stuff. Because it's the long term that is the really fun part. I would probably turn loot respawn off, though. Because it's the resource limitations that are the interesting part to work around in a group setting. You could have a blacksmith, you could have a cook. People can actually specialize so much more if there's enough people. What was I doing? I was definitely here for something. Gas. That was the entire goal. We wanted gas. Are we gonna be able to get it? We gotta find something to siphon from at this point, don't we? Salutations, fellow human. It's an interesting event last year with some big shot streamers. You had a lot of laughs watching. Exactly. Stuff like that. It's so fun, you know? There's so much stuff that I have planned for, like, in the future. If there's enough people behind it, then I'd love to do stuff like that. But the safe plan is just, it would be fun to see how people rebuild society and how people act when it is highly beneficial to rely on each other and be friendly with each other. Avoiding Emily? I mean, is that Emily? Yeah. Let's see. Does she have an ID? That is Mila. At least if that's her credit card. What about this car? Even if we can't get into it, it might have gas. I'm just gonna keep this, I guess, in my pockets, like on me. I'm carrying it in my arms. Mila is eerily close. Well, she's dead. So, no concern there unless she gets back up. And in that case, we have other problems. There we go. We got something to siphon from. And I know I've got generators marked on the map in several places. Probably not the closest generators, but they're the ones that I've marked. How much do we have in that? It's actually a full tank. Well, a full can. Probably won't be a full tank unless it's a tiny car. Just gonna check the map. I think they were this direction. There's that there. Martina hasn't been marking her map as well. We'll check a few areas on the way down. We didn't mark out which cars we can get into either, because I know we have some car keys. There are some sheds here. We can check some of them. This one doesn't have any windows, if I'm remembering right. And the one behind this one is a teeny tiny shed that basically never has stuff like that, but I don't know. I was half tempted to check anyway. We do not need to run. We can just walk too. We've cleared this area pretty well. What about you? Can I get into you? No. Ah, yes, we have more sheep to bring back. I was wondering about that, whether it was just the ram. Well, we do have a generator here. It's gonna be a pain to carry, but Mila could do it. We've done enough clearing. This is why we cleared that thoroughly. Alright. We're not taking damage at least. We're gonna move a little bit slower here. And I don't think we brought our rope, so we won't be bringing the sheep back this time. And of course, more zombies. They heard us walk through the neighborhood. Alright, I don't want it powering, like, everything over here, so I'm just gonna drop it right here. Alright, we're at 100%. I don't know why that's always concerning. Oh. She doesn't know how to connect it. We do have inventive on her. We're one step closer. We're one step closer. Are you sure you guys don't have a book in here? Nothing. I always forget which books which characters have gotten. Oh, I'm gonna want a flashlight for that. We can double check the mechanic shop as well. Well, this is a mechanic, but the other mechanic. They must be competing being this close. That or they're part of the same family. I remember that there was stuff in the lockers. Check that last. Anything up here? We're already tired. I mean, I guess it is getting later. I hear ya. Don't worry, I'll get to you. She stabbed a little preemptively there. I just stomped on the broken glass. Oh boy, my shoes are gonna be beat up. No, good boots. Love me some hiking boots. Okay, so she's inventive. That might help us, but it would still be much easier to just find the magazine. So we're gonna have to do some hunting through bookshelves. I don't think this town has a library. It's just a hunch. I've been through here a few times. I don't remember there being a library, but just making a snap judgment. This town is missing a lot of stuff. I doubt it has a library. Another one. Okay. My nose decided it wanted to be DJ Khaled. Alright, more eggs. Man, she must be sick of this by now. It's not making her unhappy yet. If we tried to cook a dish with it, I'm sure she'd be unhappy though. Alright, finally enough eggs for her. We are tired enough, or should be. It's well past bedtime, apparently. She's trying to wake up at 4:20 again. I'm gonna mute just to blow my nose quick. And she's awake, but it's light out. Just had to get her nice and tired. Stay out later than intended. Hello, good morning. How we doing? She's having more eggs for breakfast. At least now it feels like the right time for it, even though it's just eggs. She feels like she could go for a piece of toast right about now. So, we're looking for bookshelves. I think I'm gonna head into town from this direction next. See if we can find some stuff. Probably not gonna be great in the way of food. We haven't found much canned stuff so far, even though we have an excess of can openers. I'm gonna see if we can make some more weapons, though. She can carve a bone war hatchet head now. She'll need leather strips. Just leather strips work. So we'll want leather before we start making those. But that is a fun option for a weapon. For now, we're going to be sharpening a bunch of long bones. Get a few knives out of it. We can make a sinew thread now. Let's make some of that. Okay, that sounds wild. We're banging on a bat to make a sinew thread. That one is a little stranger. Just a bit. Now we have long, sharp bones, which actually are much better than the kitchen knife that we have there. So I'm going to equip that instead. It is a very foggy day. That counts for us and against us, because it's going to be harder to tell how many zombies are in front of us, but they're also going to have a tougher time seeing us. Because it actually works that way now. We'll check on our sheep over here as well. We do have a butcher's hook now, which means if we do want to gather up the sheep, fully gather up the sheep, we do have quite a few of them. I kind of wanted to give the ram over here until the end of the season, just because if the other sheep have babies, then that one should have babies. But it may have spawned in with the other sheep being pregnant. I might actually want to keep 2 herds. I don't know. Seems like a lot of calorie expenditure early on. I'm gonna start with the bone knife just because it's not very many right now and I want to go through them. Hey, that worked pretty well. I'm not sure if it counts properly as a knife. It looks like we are getting XP from it. Doesn't say we're not. This place has a little shed that I very much would like to get into. Got a little cluster of them over there that I'd like to deal with first, though. I know as soon as I open that shed door, they're gonna be like, "Huh?" Who's there? Half of them will go, must have been the wind. And the other half will be like, I know it. I know it is you. We smell Martina. Do you think she ever talks to the zombies? Because we know that Martina is a little bit more of a normal person. She's a little bit lonely. Casey doesn't get really lonely in the apocalypse. She's having enough fun all on her own. But Martina, besides David the Gnomes, it's the closest to human contact she's getting. Okay, I don't hear horrible screaming yet, so yeah. You are a hobbler. In Walking Dead, I remember them making a point of calling them walkers. It's not zombies. They're walkers. I wonder what they would say if they saw a sprinter. Like, I didn't get far enough into it to see if they ever encountered one. Oh, see, the downside of the bone knife is that you really shred the clothing, so if you want to save any of the clothing, knives are not the one for you. Blunt weapons are the best for that, though. Helmets are always kind of annoying. Oh, that guy had dog tags. A runner. Of course. It would be that uncreative. Well, if those are walkers, this must be a runner. It's amazing she didn't go for the neck shot there. She doesn't have the same instincts as Casey. Hello, Levy. Good morning, good morning. Yeah, it's still morning. Depending on where you are. I know you're hiding in those trees. Yeah, I saw you. Don't play coy. She'll go for the neck shot if it's a stomp, though. There, we get an assassination finally. These ones are capable of it. Alright, now I would very much like to loot this shed. What you got for me? Oh. Oh, it's a metal door, too. I can see a shelf in there. It's probably going to be nothing loot in there, but I think we do have a welding torch. We're just missing the mask and all of that. Hello. I didn't realize anybody was home. That's my bad. This guy has a knife in his back. He was betrayed right before the end. Go on. Fall over. Carving fork, we will take it. There's a little bit of a shortage of weapons in this world. Which window did they break? Over there. I ended up behind that zombie. Martina has moves, I'll give her that. Is it those ones I'm hearing? It sounded closer. Got a rubber duck there. Just gonna grab a refill. I wanted to sit down in here for a second, but they do not seem inclined to give us a second. Once they get that close in, I don't really have time to swap weapons, but I was really wanting to have my fireplace poker out there. For our stream crazy. Oh man. We do what we want. We do what we want. Today we kill zombies. As long as I'm getting everything else in my day done, I'm happy with it. I had glasses long before I spent a lot of time on the computer. Well, I needed glasses long before then. I didn't get glasses until 5th grade, but I needed them the whole time. I used to sit like this close to the old screens. Like, something like that. Just listening to it buzz. Kind of a compounding problem, that. Did I check every bookshelf? We've got woodcraft there if we can get the generator working at our house. We need the gas station for that. A duffel bag. I don't think that's better than what we have. 26.75, 23.65. But we will take the duffel bag. And the gum. Nom nom. Martina's always hungry. Some ingredients. Whiskey will be very useful. I think we have a griddle pan, but why not have a frying pan too? I know I'd want both. If worst comes to worst, we can use it as a weapon. Just a flyer for a house for sale. We've been this direction. We already cleared the church. What have you got in you? Scrap metal chopper. Getting to be more interesting stuff. Feels like there was a survivor around here somewhere. The Wizard's Keep? Is there a nerd shop around here? That's awesome news. No matter where you go, there will be nerds. It doesn't matter if it's Kentucky. Do I play chess? Not regularly. I've played it before. Oh, we got cheesecloth. I'm gonna take the hammer too. Can never have enough. They make a decent weapon in a pinch. Chalky milk. We'll drink that now. And we'll keep the canned fruit beverage. That guy was so quiet in there. I don't think Martina has keen hearing, but still, that thing was silent. He was just waiting for his chance. If he had guns, I'd say that he must have been a hunter, man. He was waiting for his chance. Okay, just paper book. We got, like, paperback books for days. We got all kinds of entertainment magazines and stuff in this town. But not very many skill manuals. And no library. The literacy crisis at it again. We found another David the Gnome. We must liberate him. This is how you make friends in the zombie apocalypse. Okay, so there was a little party here. But there's nobody here. Where did they all go? There's some zombies around. Maybe with party hats, even. Oh, rotten pot of soup. We'll take the cigarettes. If Martina ever dies, she'll have some cigarettes. We've got a basement in this house. It feels like the basements are what give us the most loot. Antidepressants, just in case. Just in case. Rather have them and not need them, right? Flat Earth, the Redlands. Which window? Oh, the kitchen window. You were quick with that. That? She just stabbed the floor, I suppose. Sings in a bottle of bourbon. She actually has a bottle of whiskey on her as well. Is this foreshadowing? Underpants and boxers. That's all they got in here. Let's see about the basement. I heard you rustling. You know what you're not rustling? My jimmies. Martina's having a good day. She feels good. She's got sunglasses on. She hasn't run into very many zombies out here. Just smoke, take a shot, hope for the best. Liquid courage, right? Come on then. Have at you. Man, they are slow. But Martina is patient. Some of these zombies used to owe people money. If it's anything like today, most of these zombies owed people money. Martina will not be beating them up like they owe her money, though. It's nothing personal. They just tried to eat her. It is just honest. We'll have a granola bar because keeping her fed often is important. She is dropping weight. Okay, just an empty pop can in that one. Don't think we even got the keys. Kentucky Herald, we get the 16th. A special message from the Herald. This is where they figure out Knox virus spreads through air. Thank you to all our readers. This is likely the Kentucky Herald's final edition. The virus is in Louisville. Several of us here are running fevers, and there are hundreds of infected in the streets. We wish to thank you, all our readers, for being with us through these unprecedented times. If you are one of the few immune, you are the steward of a new world. It's now your duty to carry on the light of humanity and civilization. Even a single candle will cut through the deepest darkness. May God have mercy on the rest of us and our loved ones. A group of infected photographed by one of our team on the way to our offices on Thursday near downtown Louisville. They were able to pass by safely. Yeah, that's busy. Despair grips nation, world. Handful immune to aerial strain. CDC has confirmed that Knox virus spreads rapidly through the air, although a small percentage of people are immune to air variant of the virus. For everyone else, the likelihood of a cure or treatment is now close to zero. Help your elderly and vulnerable neighbors. Share food if you have more than you need. Avoid crowds at all costs. As we saw at the boundary, gunfire attracts them. It really attracts them. Have a baseball bat or other easy-to-use weapon ready and don't be afraid to attack them. Once they die and come back, they only want to spread the virus. And baseball bats are probably one of the better weapons right now. They're pretty tough early on, though. It feels like a little bit of a trap to say grab a baseball bat. Because the swing takes a lot of energy. They really do swap up the messaging, though. They go from barricade everything. Don't let anybody in, you know? Like, close your doors, but obey the military. Oh, they've got a barricade just on that door. They locked themselves in the bathroom. You often tell people you wish someone would rob you so they know what it's like to be less fortunate. Oh, that reminds me of a joke that I've seen in a few places of somebody breaks into somewhere to rob it, but they feel so bad because the person doesn't have as much as they do that they end up like bringing them stuff. I've seen several variations of that joke in different forms. But it's a winning one for a reason. You get a baseball bat and you want to find some barbed wire. In this game, the version of that is finding nails. Because you can make baseball bat with nails. Which is generally a good bet. But I do agree, a barbed wire would be fun to combine with it. I haven't looked at all the new recipes. Like, I don't remember all of them off the top of my head. I don't know if we can. But I know in Build 41 it wasn't a thing. Kind of curious. I haven't seen one of these where it's just the single room barricaded like that. Is he really not gonna... Okay. He did not hear me past banging on the door. So no loot in here, and he's just in his underwear. That's like how I reset. Lucille needs to be real. Agreed. I know that would be a go-to weapon for one of my friends. Okay, this place, again, has the look of somewhere who has already been looted. They left a taxi key, though. Interesting. Let's see, mostly flyers, a little bit of coffee. Always good. They took all the books, though. Okay. Just gonna check the map. Okay, we're gonna get into a denser area there, and it's getting towards the end of the day. We're starting to get winded easier. So we should head home, shove a bunch of eggs in our face. Rest for the night. Key to the church. Okay. We'll take it. Eventually I'll organize my keys, but I don't need to yet. I often end up grabbing another keychain and just adding more to that before I actually drop keys. They're pretty light still, and it fills up slowly enough that your character gets stronger at a decent enough rate. You can deal with 2 keychains, you know? Yeah, we're feeling drowsy. We didn't want to be fighting like this. And we've got some fun stuff to drop off. We'll drink this, hoping that she gets the calories from it, you know. Paring knives. I'm just keeping all my knives together right now. Keep the scrap metal chopper in there too. If we ever want to pick up knives to use them, then we know the cabinet for it. Or the floor in the living room. Coffee I will put over here. We got a drinks cabinet. We are actually pretty well off. In some areas more than others. We'll get there with food. Once things are set up, it's just continuing with the cycle of it. I'm gonna leave the cereal in there because I'm probably gonna eat that on my own. On my own. All alone in the corner. No, on its own. Without, milk. I miss the better organization mod. I forget the name of it, but it just it puts things that belong together. All by myself. Martina doesn't want to be all by herself. This is why we saved so many gnomes. If they're all named David and they all look the same, are they twins or... They've got a bush that they're huddling around. Do you think they think they're hiding? Do we already have painkillers? Yes. I see, this one's full. Okay, we'll take the one that's not full with us. And we gotta decide on a medicine cabinet. What have we got in here? Broken glass, all kinds of stuff. We do have a bandage in here. May as well. It's pretty fast access, and it's one of the first that I plan on actually hooking up the sink with. They're all named David as a reminder of her first love. Oh. Do you think he was alive when the apocalypse started? Or did he die long ago? You know, like before the apocalypse. We're learning more and more about Martina as we go. Did we have any photos? I mean, we've found lots of photos. But we didn't have a photo album or anything like that to go off of with Martina in the house she spawned in. Oh, go ahead. Let's see what you got. Let's see what you got. What do you see in her tail? She ate 3 hard-boiled eggs and she is stuffed. Could not possibly eat another bite. Stomach contented, you feel healthier and stronger. Is that so? Because we're still losing weight. Okay, I'll wait a little bit because we know her favorite time to wake up is 4:20. Now it's at least dark. Music suddenly stops. Snooze town. I'm gonna feed her more eggs and then we're gonna see if we're missing any recipes that we have on our shelf. So it's possible we haven't read through everything we got. Alright, just keep that one in your pocket for a minute later. When you're hungry again. What was this again? Jolene didn't get sick. That doesn't mean she didn't die. Hello, hello. Going all right? How are you doing? Martina is losing weight, but she is surviving. She's putting up a fight. Ooh, let's see what we got. As much as Martina hated the chicken farm, there was one thing that came out of it. This is where she met David. They didn't hit it off at first. She thought he was too silly a person, but over time he started to grow on her. When he wasn't tending the farm, he had this silly collection of garden gnomes. He'd hide her on the farm to try to surprise her and cheer her up. It was always hilarious when the owners showed up and there was a gnome in the chicken coop, so trying to nest some eggs. She doesn't know if David is alive or not, but these gnomes remind her of her first love and they make her smile, even now that she has so little to smile about. Poor Martina! So she doesn't know if David is alive or not. This makes sense. This makes sense. Maybe this is why she's going through the whole town. She's looking for him. He may have moved. She might not have any idea where he is now. You're stuck homesick? Oh, that sucks. I'm sorry. You're scrolling Twitch trying to find some chill people that might be playing Build 42. Well, we've been playing Build 42 here a lot lately. I'm having fun exploring it. And it's stable enough that we haven't had any crashes. I have been keeping the modding to a minimum, though. So, you are very welcome to... Well, I am about to stop stream, so you're going to have to follow and catch us next time. But I do hope that you feel better soon. If she finds a zombie that looks like him... Ooh. Yes. We're going to have to come up with what David looks like. It gives us something to look for in the zombies. You're gonna jump into some later and secure your favorite base spot. Have fun. I'm really loving how the zombies wander around now. When you leave an empty space, they will move into it. It's just a matter of time. There's so many good settings options now too, especially when it comes to the zombies. It has been fun, friends. I am hungrier than my character is right now, though. Not quite as underweight, but definitely hungrier. She's eaten more recently. So, I will be seeing you all tomorrow. McCoy Manor, alright. Thanks for the follow. We're at 40 out of 40 for that goal. That is a lovely place to leave off. Again, it has been so fun. Thank you all for showing up. Thank you for making it a lovely stream, as usual. And I hope to see you again soon. Have a very nice time zone.